don't buy the copy, the propaganda. It does not work. You will not succeed in that process of meditation. What does work? Sevo mukhe jivadao. Service beginning with the tongue. We have to vibrate Krishna's glories. And the easiest way to do that is to vibrate this Hare Krishna Maha Mantra. So this is our meditation. This is how we can offer our love to Krishna by chanting His holy names together, congregationally, right? Especially at this time, in front of the deity form of the Lord during the arati. So let's all do this very nicely, with love, to please the Lord and see how we are benefited. Hare Krishna.
Shri Radha Gokulananda ke Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman ke Jagat Guru Srila Prabhupada ke Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Iti Namine Namah Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Sunnavadi Paschatya Deshatarine Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shri Vasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Jaya Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. सभी लोग बोलो. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Bolo. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Bolo, तालियां बजाओ. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. सभी लोग बोलो तालियां बजाओ. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hey Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hey Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hey Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hey Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Bolo Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. So everybody singing with us, yeah? You have to say yes, yeah? You can say Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Bolo Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Sound like everybody not singing. Yeah? सभी लोग हाथ ऊपर करो जी. Hands on the air and say louder. Hare Krishna. थोड़ा louder बोले छे ना. Looks like everybody waiting for prasad. Don't worry. We have lot of prasad for you. Say louder again. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. So if you like to dance, you can dance with us, but don't dance too much, yeah? I have no money for pay 999. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hari Bol, Talia bajao. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hari Bol. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. कृष्णा हरे कृष्णा। सभी लोग बोलो, तालियां बजाओ। हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे। कृष्णा 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे। हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे। हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे। कृष्णा हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे। बोलो हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे। बोलो हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे। बोलो हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा 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 Hey, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Everybody waiting for prasad. Yeah, don't worry, we have extra puri for you. Yeah, so you have to say louder. Shri Shri Radha Gokulananda Bhagavan ke Jai. थोड़ा लाउडा बोले छे ना, हाँ लाउडा बोले छे, ओके. श्री श्री राधा गोकुलानंद भगवान के, सीता राम लक्ष्मण हनुमान के, जगत गुरु शील प्रभुपाद के, श्री श्री गौर निताय के, भक्तिवेदांत मैनर धाम के. हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे हरे, हरे रामा राम राम हरे हरे. बोलो हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे हरे, हरे रामा राम राम. हे हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे हरे, हरे रामा राम राम हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा. तालियां बजाओ. Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Ram Ram Hare Hare. Hey Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hey Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Ram Ram Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Ram Ram Hare Hare, Hey Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Ram Ram Hare Hare. Bolo Hare Krishna Jaya Radha Gokulananda Radhe Radhe, Jaya Radha Gokulananda Radhe Radhe, Jaya Radha Sham सुंदर राधे राधे। जय सीताराम लक्ष्मण हनुमान, जय सीताराम लक्ष्मण हनुमान। जय गौरनिताय गौरनिताय गौरनिताय, जय गौरनिताय। जय प्रभुपदा प्रभुपदा प्रभुपद शिल प्रभुपदा। निताय गौर हरि बोल हरि बोल हरि बोल गौर हरि बोल। निताय गौर हरि बोल हरि बोल हरि बोल गौर हरि बोल। हरि बोल 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 हरि बोल। गौर प्रेमानंदे हरि हरि बोल। जय ओम विष्णुपाद परमहंस परिव्राजक आचार्य अष्टतरो शत श्रीमद एसी भक्तिवेदांत स्वामी श्रील प्रभुपाद के। कृपया सभी लोग जय देना हमारे पीछे पीछे। श्री श्री राधा गोकुलानंद भगवान के, सीता राम लक्ष्मण हनुमान के, श्री श्री गौर निताय के, मधुर वृंदावन धाम की जय। गंगा मैया जमुना मैया की जय। कृष्ण बलराम की जय। राधा श्याम सुंदर की जय। जगन्नाथ बलराम सुभद्रा महारानी की जय। श्री जगन्नाथपुरी धाम की जय। श्री श्री गौरनिताय की जय। जय श्री मायापुर नवद्वीप धाम की जय। जय श्री श्री सीताराम लक्ष्मण हनुमान की जय। श्री श्री अयोध्या धाम की जय। भक्तिवेदांत मैनर धाम की जय। गौर प्रेमानंदे हरि हरि बोल। All glories to our devotees. All glories to our devotees. All glories to our devotees. Shri Guru Gauranga. So Aarti not quite finished yet. We take another 1 minute. Bhagavan Narsingadev Aarti. So please sit down wherever you are. We take another 1 minute. Bhagavan Narsingadev Aarti. Then you will be free. Thank you. नमस्ते नरसिंहाय नमस्ते नरसिंहाय प्रहलाद लाद दायने प्रहलाद लाद दायने हिरण्यकशिपूर्वक्षः हिरण्यकशिपूर्वक्षः शिलटङ्कान खानये शिलटङ्कान खानये इतो नरसिंह परतो नरसिंह यतो यतो यामि ततो नरसिंह Bahi Narsingha Hridaye Narsingha. Bahi Narsingha Hridaye Narsingha. Narasingha Mading Sharanang Prapadde. Narasingha Mading Sharanang Prapadde. Tava kara kamala bare nakha adbhuta singam dalita hiranyakashipu tana bhingam keshabadhita narahari rupa jaya jagadesha hare jaya jagadesha hare jaya jagadesha hare tava kara kamala bare nakha adbhuta singam. Jaya Narsingha Dev, Narsingha Dev, Narsingha Dev, Jaya Narsingha Dev. Jaya Prahlad Maharaj, Prahlad Maharaj, Prahlad Maharaj, Jaya Prahlad Maharaj. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Nitai Gaura. Nrsimhadev Bhagavan ki, Prahlad Maharaj ki. I think everybody enjoying the arti, am I right? Yes. You have to say yes, yeah? No cheating. Hare Krishna, thank you for coming. Bhaktivedanta Manor, Hare Krishna. Anybody first time here? Lot of people first time. Thank you for coming. Thank you for coming from different part of the world. Yeah, ISKCON is very popular around the world. Yeah, which country you want to go, you can go. ISKCON temple is there. Somehow you need to associate with ISKCON. Then you're going to show the card. You will be free. They will respect you. Okay, Bhaktivedanta Manor temple is very special. Around the world, people visit here. You can see every Sunday, especially Janmashtami coming very soon. I think 70,000-80,000 people going to visit. So be prepared for that. And program will be continue here. Singing, playing, dancing. Especially 7 o'clock Aarti. We all going to dance here. So if you like to dance, lose your weight something, please come. Yeah? So this is called Sunday night. Yeah? Not Saturday night. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. And so here somebody going to giving Bhagavad-gita class now. So prasadam queue is very long. So stay here if you want to. You can go later on, no problem. Prasadam, we have lots to eat prasad. And thank you, Hare Krishna. Thank you for coming. Okay, come from Mauritius. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you for coming. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Hare Krishna. So now is going to be Bhagavad-gita class, and you can sit down long if you want. Later on you can go prasad. Thank you so much. Hare Krishna. So who's going to give in class? So he give you class, you go to listen and sing. Good idea.
Together. Together.
You did Vyasasana?
Hare Krishna, everyone. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Thank you all for coming. I know as we're coming in and out of the temple room, we're going to be starting a Bhagavad-gita class. So if you'd like to stay, if I could kindly ask everyone to be on this side of the room. So if you can move just to that side of the room, that would be really helpful. Thank you so much. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, everyone. Thank you very much for coming to this Bhagavad-gita class. So before we start, we will sing a Bhajan, Jaya Radha Madhava. If you know, please follow. If you don't know, you can just meditate. This Bhajan is describing Krishna, how he is in Vrindavan, he's walking by the river, he's looking really beautifully. So you can just focus your meditation on Krishna's lotus feet, and in that way absorb your mind. Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Gopi Janavalabha Girivara Dhari Jaya Gopi Janavalabha Girivara Dhari Yashoda Nandana Vrajajana Ranjana Yashodanandana Vraja Janaranjana Yamuna Tiravanachari Yamuna Tiravanachari Jayo Radha Madhava Kunja Vihari Jayo Radha Madhava Kunja Vihari Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Jayo Radha Gokulananda Radha Gokulananda Shri Radhe Jayo Sitaram Lakshman Hanuman Sitaram Lakshman Hanuman Jayo Gaura Nitai, Gaura Nitai, Gaura Nitai, Jayo Gaura Nitai. Jayo Prabhupada, 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 Srila Prabhupada. So just say some prayers to glorify previous acharyas. So whenever I say ki, you can please say jai, and you can either bow down or fold your hands, whatever you're comfortable. Jai Vishnupad Paramahamsa Parivrajacharya Ashtatarshati Shimat, His Divine Grace Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada ki. Jai Vishnupad Paramahamsa Parivrajacharya Ashtatarshati Shimat, His Divine Grace Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Goswami Prabhupada ki. Ananta Koti Vaishnava Vrinda ki. Namacharya Shila Haridas Thakur ki. Prem se kaho Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda ki. Shri Radha Krishna Gopa Gopinath Shyama Kunda Radha Kunda Giri Govardhan ki. Vrindavan Dham ki, Mayapur Dham ki, Jagant Kshetra Dham ki, Ganga Mai ki, Yamuna Mai ki, Tulsi Maharan ki, Harinam Sankirtan Yagya ki, Samaveda Bhakta Vrinda ki. All glories to assemble devotees, Hare Krishna. All glories to assemble devotees, Hare Krishna. All glories to assemble devotees, Hare Krishna. All glories to Shri Guru and Shri Gauranga. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prashtaya Bhutala Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Namina Namaste Saraswata Deva Gaura Vani Pracharina Nirvishashashni Vadipashtite Adashatarina. Hare Krishna. I think it's the biggest audience I've ever given class to, so I really ask for your blessings, and hopefully you can support me, and please forgive me any mistakes on the way. So before we start, we will say some invocation prayers. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. So today we are reading from Bhagavad-gita, chapter 18, and verse 66. This is actually the most important verse in Bhagavad-gita. It's the essence of Bhagavad-gita. Of course, every verse is the most important, but this one is really very like the essence of Bhagavad-gita, the message of the whole Bhagavad-gita. We have some copies there on the table, or you can also find on your phone. But if you can't, then we can just try to, you can just hear. So I will read the Sanskrit first. Sarva dharman parityaja mamekam sharanam vraja aham tvam sarva papebhyo mokshayishyami ma shuchaha. So if you can repeat, please repeat. Sarva dharman parityaja Mamekam sharanam vraja aham tvam sarva papebhyo mokshayishyami ma shuchaha. Anyone would like to try it? Okay, it's okay. Maybe you can just repeat Sanskrit. Sarva dharman, all varieties of religion. Parityaja, abandoning. Mam, unto me. Ekam, only. Sharanam, for surrender. Vraja, go. Aham, I. Tvam, you. Sorry. Sarva, all. Papebhyo, from sinful reactions. Mokshayishyami, will deliver. Ma, do not. Shuchaha, worry. Translation and purport by His Divine Grace Srila Prabhupada. Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Translation. Abandon all varieties of religion and just surrender unto me. I shall deliver you from all sinful reactions. Do not fear. Purport. So actually, yeah, I will read one paragraph, and then we will discuss that, and then we will move to next paragraph. So purport. The Lord has described various kinds of knowledge and processes of religion. Knowledge of the Supreme Brahman, knowledge of the Super Soul, knowledge of the different types of orders and statuses of social life, knowledge of the renounced order of life, knowledge of non-attachment, sense and mind control, meditation, etc. He has described in so many ways different types of religion. Now, in summarizing Bhagavad-gita, the Lord says that Arjuna should give up all the processes that have been explained to him. He should simply surrender to Krishna. That surrender will save him from all kinds of sinful reactions, for the Lord personally promises to protect him. Om Jnanatimirandasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurun Militam Yena Tasmai Shri Guruvei Namaha Shri Chaitanya Manobishtam Stapitam Yena Bhutale Svayam Rupa Kadamayam Dadati Svapadantikam Vandeham Shri Guru Shri Yuta Padakalamanam Shri Gurum Vaishnavamscha Shri Rupam Sagrajatam Sahagana Ragunatam Vitam Tam Sajivam Sadvaitam Savadutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padam Sahagana Lalita Shri Vishakam Vitamshcha Hey Krishna Karuna Sindhu Dina Bandhu Jagatpate Gopasha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namostute Tapta Kanchana Gaurangi Radhe Vrindavaneshvari Vrishabhanusute Devi Pranamami Hari Priya Vanchakalpatarubhyascha Kripa Sindhubhya Evacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadara Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Sarva Dharman Parityaja Mam Ekam Sharanam Vraja Aham Tvam Sarva Papebhyo Mokshayishyami Maschaha. Abandon all varieties of religion and just surrender unto me. I shall deliver you from all sinful reactions. Do not fear. So this is what Krishna is telling us in this verse. So first of all, he's saying abandon all varieties of religion. So what does it mean? There is so many varieties of religion, right? We have Muslim religion, Hindu religion, and Christianity, so many different religions. But this word religion, if we check, Srila Prabhupada would always say there is this definition of religion which says a type of faith. And Srila Prabhupada says, yes, but faith means today I can have faith in Jesus Christ, but tomorrow I can have faith in Buddha. I can just change my faith from day to day. So what is the real religion which Krishna is speaking about here? And he's using this word dharma. So dharma actually means, and this word is often used with another word, sanatana. And sanatana means eternal. And dharma means occupation. So Srila Prabhupada explains that sanatana dharma means our eternal occupation. So just like what is the nature, for example, the nature of salt. What is the nature of salt? The salt is salty. And what is the nature of water? It's wet. Yeah, it's wet and it's liquid in its original state. So just like the water by nature is wet and liquid, and the salt by nature is salty, in the same way, we by nature are servants of God. This is our nature. And why is it important to understand our real nature? Do you think that if you want to be happy in your life, do you need to know who you are? Yes, of course, yes. It is important to know who you are. And is it enough to know who you are? Or, for example, you understand that you have a great talent of playing musical instruments. This is your talent. So you have understood that this is who you are. But is it enough to be happy, or do you actually need to act according to that nature, according to that talent? You need to act, right? You need to act according to your nature. So in the same way, once we have understood that our nature is to serve God, this is our eternal occupation, then we need to actually start acting according to that nature. So that means we need to start serving God. And how can we serve God? What is the easiest way to serve God? Do you know? Do you have any ideas how you can serve God in a very most simple way? Yes, think of Him. Very good. That's true. It's said that this is the golden rule of bhakti, right? Always remember Krishna and never forget Him. But how can we think of Krishna? Because it's difficult, right? We have so many duties, work, family, school, all the time something is going on. So how can we, in every step of our life, remember Krishna? Yes, keep His name on our lips. Very good, very good. Srila Prabhupada says this is the best way to remember Krishna is to chant Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Very good. Thank you so much for that. And Krishna says here, so just surrender to me. He says, just surrender to me. So what does it mean to surrender? This surrender is actually means, in my understanding, it means to have trust, to have faith. Just like, when we are sick, we go to the doctor and we have some faith that, okay, this doctor is going to help me. So we need some faith at the beginning. Maybe we heard good opinions about this doctor, or maybe just because he's doctor, we think, okay, he's going to help us. And then we go there. And for the successful treatment, there are two requirements. There has to be expert physician, that's one thing. And there has to be very obedient patient who will follow all the instructions of the doctor. So if those two factors are completed, then the treatment will be successful. And in the same way, we can compare our situation to that. We are like that, like a diseased patient. And our disease is our forgetfulness of God. We have forgotten about Him. We have forgotten that we have relationship with Him. We have forgotten that our duty is to serve Him and serve others. So this is our disease, and that's why we need to approach an expert physician. And who is that expert physician? Do you have any ideas who can be an expert physician who can help us? Krishna Himself, right? Krishna Himself. Yes, Bhagavad-gita is coming. When we are reading the verses, these verses are spoken by Krishna Himself. So who can be more expert in this way back to Him than Krishna Himself? Who can show us how to go back to Him better than Krishna Himself? He is the one. And on the top of that, we have Krishna, and then also we have someone else here as an assistant of Krishna. Srila Prabhupada, yes. So Srila Prabhupada is giving us this purpose because Krishna is explaining to us, but still, we may not be able to understand everything. Just like when you go to school, you have a book, but you also need some further explanation from the teacher. So similarly, we have Bhagavad-gita, but we also have Srila Prabhupada's purports, where he is explaining further, where he's giving us further explanations. And in this way, so this one requirement is fulfilled. We have an expert physician, which is Krishna, with the assistance of Srila Prabhupada. And then the next part, what did we say? What is the second requirement? Guru, yeah, we said that. So there were two requirements for the successful treatment. One was obedient. Yeah, expert physician and obedient patient. So obedient patient, so how about that? This is on our part, right? This is on our side. Whether, we may be approaching a perfect physician who is really, really good, and he will give us all instructions how we can become cured. But if we are not following the instructions, can we be successful? Can we be cured? No, we can't, right? So this is on our side. We have to make effort. So that means that whatever Krishna is telling us, we need to follow. And why? Just like physician, what is his interest? His interest is to help us. His interest is to cure us. And in the same way, Krishna, he wants to help us. He knows that we are in this precarious situation of living in the material world, experiencing so many difficulties, so much suffering. And just like a loving father doesn't like to see his children suffering, he wants to immediately help them. In the same way, Krishna, who is the father of all living entities, when he sees us suffering, he wants to help us. And that's why he descends to this earth. He comes down, and he came down and he spoke this Bhagavad-gita to his devotee Arjuna in order to help all of us to come back to him. So that's why he says, surrender unto me. That means just trust me, just trust me. And how can we develop this trust? Because this is very important to develop trust, because we may not be convinced. Just like when you go to the doctor, you may not be convinced whether he will help you or not. But how can we develop this trust and faith? So one thing is, when you maybe speak to others who have been cured by this doctor, then you speak to others and they tell you, yeah, I had to work on it. I had to spend some time. I had to change my diet. I had to take some medicine. I had to be there. I had to see the doctor. But yeah, actually it helped me a lot. So I have put effort, but I got the result. So that brings some faith, right? Because someone told us that. That is one thing. And another thing is that if you are going through this treatment, if you are actually doing what the doctor is asking you to do, if you are taking the medicine, you changed your diet, you come to see him regularly, you change your lifestyle, you can see the results day by day, week by week, month by month. You can see your health improving. And this is how you develop more and more trust. So in the same way, with this process of Krishna consciousness, at the beginning we may have just some little faith. Maybe someone told us that, this is really nice temple and really beautiful deities, a really beautiful place. And maybe you can come and just experience yourself. So we develop some faith. And then also when we hear from others that how much following this process changed their life, how they've become more happy, more satisfied in their life, how their life changed completely. Again, our faith increases. But ultimately, just by hearing someone else's story, we will not develop such a strong faith. But if we try ourselves this process, if we try to apply the teachings of Bhagavad-gita, if we try to surrender to Krishna, then gradually we will see that our life changes, that the more we chant, the more we come to the temple, the more we associate with devotees, the more we have prasadam, the food which is offered to Krishna, the more our consciousness becomes purified, the more we feel lighter, we feel happier, we feel like, wow, just such a relief, and we don't experience so much suffering anymore, and our life changes completely. But unless we try it ourselves, then we won't be able to have this faith. So this is the process. So this is the process, and we just have to try, to surrender, and there is no loss. There is no loss in trying. I mean, it doesn't take much, just to chant Hare Krishna Mahamantra. You can chant wherever you are, wherever you go. If you can't do it loudly, you can do it in your mind. It's a very simple process, chanting, and then we have some books, so we read a little bit books. You come to associate with devotees, and whatever you eat, you offer to Krishna first, with love and devotion. And in this way, we will definitely make spiritual progress. And Krishna says, if you do that, I shall deliver you from all sinful reactions. So this is very, very important point. In the purport, Srila Prabhupada says that in the 7th chapter, it was said that only one who has become free from all sinful reactions can take to the worship of Lord Krishna. Thus, one may think that unless he is free from all sinful reactions, he can not take to the surrendering process. To such doubts, it is here said that even if one is not free from all sinful reactions, simply by the process of surrendering to Shri Krishna, he is automatically freed. There is no need of strenuous effort to free oneself from sinful reactions. One should unhesitatingly accept Krishna as the supreme savior of all living entities. With faith and love, one should surrender unto him. So what is said here, that someone may think, oh, I have committed so many sins in my life. How can I come to the temple? How can I even see Krishna, come in front of Krishna? How can I chant? But there was one story recently shared by one devotee, that this devotee was distributing books, and he approached one person, and he saw that this person is very much in distress, probably very, very difficult situation in their life, and he wanted to give this person a book. But this person said, no, I can't take it. I'm so sinful. I've committed so many sins in my life. And the devotee was thinking, what can I say? And he was praying to Krishna, please give me words, the right words. And these words came to him. He said, every saint has his past, and every sinner has his future. So that means, wherever we are in our life, if we just take to this process of Krishna consciousness, it is so powerful, the chanting is so powerful that it can purify us from so much karma that we would never be able to accumulate so much karma. How much this chanting is purifying. And that means that even, just like someone who is very saintly now, we see very saintly people and we think, wow, such a saintly person, how did they come to this point? But we must understand, okay, now they are here, but they have their past as well, and they have come to that point by their practice of sadhana, of chanting, of reading, of surrendering to Krishna every day, every moment. So in the same way, we can also be there. It's not just for one person or two people, it's for everyone. This process is for everyone. And regardless of our circumstances, whether we are poor or rich, whether we are Indian or English, whether we are young or old, it doesn't matter. This process is for everyone because just like we said at the beginning, we are all servants of God, and this is the main thing, that Krishna wants all of us to be back with him. And these divisions, this religion, that religion, actually are not necessary because we are all servants of God. So, yeah, everyone and anyone can, and this process, how Srila Prabhupada gave us is really for all of us. And as soon as we try, like it is said here, that just by surrendering to Krishna, one is automatically freed from all sinful reactions. So, and again, like we said before, that it may sound like, oh, it's not possible, how can it happen? But it is possible. And I personally experienced that, that before coming to Krishna consciousness, my life was really so much suffering and so much dissatisfaction and disappointment and not seeing really the point of life and just not being able to get out of this karma of things just happening again and again in my life, and I couldn't understand why and how do I get out. And I was praying. I didn't even know about Krishna at that point, but I was praying. I had some faith in God. And Krishna reciprocated. Somehow he came in my life, and he devotees came in my life. And from then my life really changed so much, really completely. And what is now in my life, I'm sure it is not my karma at all, because my karma was really bad, but Krishna just took it away just by chanting, just by having association of pure Vaishnavas, pure devotees, by seeing the deities, by doing some service. He just took it. He just took this bad karma, and it is amazing. And in the next paragraph, Srila Prabhupada says that, he says, according to the devotional process, one should simply accept such religious principles that will lead ultimately to the devotional service of the Lord. One may perform a particular occupational duty according to his position in the social order, but if by executing his duty one does not come to the point of Krishna consciousness, all his activities are in vain. Yeah, that is also important, because everyone has to do something in their life, right? Nobody can just stop working. That is also explained in the Bhagavad-gita, that nobody can refrain from action. And we know that every action brings reaction. So how can we get out of this cycle of action-reaction? But actually, if we try to, and everyone has to work, of course, we have to keep mind and body together, soul and body together. But if, like it is said here, that in our activities, we have to think what is conducive for my Krishna consciousness. At least, we should be careful that in our everyday work, we are not taking part in harming others or other living entities, animals and human beings. And that whatever we do, we can offer to Krishna. All our activities, we can offer to Krishna. We can somehow think that I'm doing it for Krishna. And maybe if I can support the temple, I can support devotees. And in that way, even my work that I'm doing for my maintenance becomes devotional service. If you can, some part of your earnings, if you can give it to support the temple and support devotees. And yeah, here Srila Prabhupada said one should be confident that in all circumstances Krishna will protect him from all difficulties. There is no need of thinking how one should keep the body and soul together. Krishna will see to that. One should always think himself helpless and should consider Krishna the only basis for his progress in life. Yeah, so we said, of course, we have to make our own effort. We have to do our own part. We need to come to the temple or chant or read, do these activities. But ultimately, like we said before in this analogy, that we come to the doctor, we make effort, but we also need a doctor. We can't just cure ourselves by ourselves. So in the same way, we need to always take shelter of Krishna, that that He is actually the only one who can help us, and in every situation pray to Him and depend on Him, that actually nobody can help me, only Krishna can help me. He is my only hope. And if we have this attitude of just feeling helpless, then Krishna will in a way have to take care of us. Of course, he doesn't have to do anything, but he will feel for us, just like the father has few children, and then one child is already grown up, he's earning his own money, he's well settled, he has his own house. I don't have to worry about him so much. He's doing everything by himself. But then there is a small child, just the youngest one, and maybe is a little bit sick or not so well, maybe is not doing so well at school or at work. And then the father will give most protection to that one which is most helpless. So in the same way, if we have this mood of feeling helpless, doing our best, of course, in our practice, but at the same time feeling that without Krishna's mercy, nothing can happen. Without Krishna's mercy, all my austerities, all my efforts cannot do much if he doesn't allow me to progress and come closer to him. So Srila Prabhupada then says, as soon as one seriously engages himself in devotional service to the Lord in full Krishna consciousness, at once he becomes freed from all contamination of material nature. There are different processes of religion and purificatory processes by cultivation of knowledge, meditation, in the mystic yoga system, etc. But one who surrenders unto Krishna does not have to execute so many methods. That simple surrender unto Krishna will save him from unnecessarily wasting time. One can thus make all progress at once and be freed from all sinful reactions. So here Srila Prabhupada says that if we take to Krishna consciousness all other processes of meditation, of sacrifice, yoga, studying the scriptures, if we just surrender to Krishna, all that will be as if we've done everything already, all the austerities, all the sacrifices, just by this process of chanting, reading. Because this is the yagya for this age of Kali, to chant the holy name. And it is said this is the only way. So everything else, Srila Prabhupada says, is the waste of time, because it takes so much time and it's so difficult to practice impersonal meditation. It takes ages. And then in the end, it's not enough. We still have to do something more. So why not to take immediately to Krishna consciousness and just save time and effort? It's like, when you can take a shortcut and get to the same point. So this is a shortcut, and on the top of that, it's pleasurable, because we don't have to be so austere. Yes, there are some rules that we follow, but this is a very joyful process. We are here, we are singing together, we are dancing, we are having prasadam, and discussing about Krishna together. So it is a joyful process, and it leads us to the ultimate destination in a very short time. Then Srila Prabhupada says that one should be attracted by the beautiful vision of Krishna. Yeah, Krishna is beautiful, and we need to develop attraction to Krishna gradually. His name is Krishna because he's all attractive. Yes, Krishna means all attractive. One who becomes attracted by the beautiful, all-powerful, omnipotent vision of Krishna is fortunate. So all of us here, we are very fortunate to be here, that somehow or other we got attracted to Krishna, to devotees, and we are here. There are different kinds of transcendentalists. Some of them are attached to the impersonal Brahman vision. Some of them are attracted by the supersoul feature, etc. But one who is attracted to the personal feature of the Supreme Personality of Godhead And above all, one who is attracted by the Supreme Personality of Godhead as Krishna himself is the most perfect transcendentalist. In other words, devotional service to Krishna in full consciousness is the most confidential part of knowledge, and this is the essence of the whole Bhagavad-gita. So again, Srila Prabhupada is encouraging us to just to surrender to Krishna and try to increase our surrender day by day. And if we do that, we will become the best of yogis. This is what Krishna says in the Bhagavad-gita, that of all yogis, the one who always thinks of me, one who takes shelter of me, one who can understand that I am in the heart of everyone, this is the best yogi. This is the topmost yogi. So this is called Bhakti Yoga. This is yoga. And yoga means to connect. So by this practice, we are connecting to Krishna himself. And when we do that, we will, like we said at the beginning, because this is our dharma, this is who we are servants of God. So if we become connected to him, then we are who we are. And like we said before, that in order to be happy, we need to know who you are, and you need to act according to who you are. So by this Bhakti Yoga, we actually come to the point of understanding who we are, and we get opportunity to act according to who we are. And that's why we become happy. It's very simple. It's very simple logic. And ultimately, it is said here that the particular words used here, Mashujaha, don't fear, don't hesitate, don't worry, are very significant. One may be perplexed as to how one can give up all kinds of religious forms and simply surrender unto Krishna, but such worry is useless. So yeah, we may have these worries that how can I give up all that I've been doing all my life? I've put so much energy to do my practice, this and that religion, or this meditation, that meditation, this yoga, that yoga. But Krishna says, don't fear, don't hesitate, don't worry. Mashuchaha. Just try and see. And it's just like when the child is with the father and the mother and with the loving parents, the child is not worried, and whatever the parents say, the child, sometimes the children are disobedient. That's the problem. We are also disobedient children. But if the child, at least the child does not worry. My father is here, my mother is here, and I don't have to worry what I will eat, how will I survive, where I will sleep, who's going to take care of me. The child doesn't have to worry because the parents are there, and they have complete trust in their parents. So in the same way, if we develop this trust in Krishna and we surrender to his guidance, we don't have to worry. And this protection from Krishna comes also from our surrender. Because just like, the child, the parents may, of course, wants to protect the child, but if the child doesn't want to surrender, if the child just wants to do their own thing and they don't want to listen to the parents, how can the parents protect them? If the child just goes out, just runs away from home. So in the same way, Krishna is there always ready to protect us and always ready to take care of us. But we have to do something from our part. We have to place ourselves in the situation where we say to Krishna, I am surrendering to you, and I'm ready to do whatever you want me to do. And then Krishna takes full protection over us. Just like he says that, as you surrender to me, I reciprocate. So the more we surrender, the more he takes care of us. So we don't have to worry. We just have to do it and see what happens. And there is no harm. It is also said in Bhagavad-gita, there is no loss. Whatever you do, whether you do a little bit chanting, a little bit hearing, a little bit association, all that progress stays with you forever. it's at the time of death, everything goes, all your property, all your relationships, whatever all your knowledge. Next life, you have to start from zero. But our devotional service, our spiritual credit never goes in vain. And it stays with us. Whatever we do in this lifetime will stay with us. If we don't finish in this lifetime, we will start in next lifetime from that point where we stopped. But we have this great opportunity to just do it. Just do it, This is great opportunity. We got this human form of life. We got everything. Srila Prabhupada, he made so much effort. At the age of 70, he came from India here, and he went all over the world to preach about Krishna, about the holy name, and the process of going out of this difficult situation. So why not just to give it a try, give it a go, and make the best out of this human form of life? So what do you think about it, about this proposal of surrendering to Krishna? Do you think this is a good idea? Haribo, thank you. Are there any comments or questions? Yes.
So in this verse, Krishna is saying, surrender unto me, and I'll abandon you to all sinful reactions. And there's various processes that Krishna recommends in the Gita, from devotional service to work for him, to study, to meditate. So how do you understand, or where do you get this recommendation that to surrender to Krishna means to chant his names?
Okay. So your question is, why am I saying that surrender to Krishna means to chant his name? Because Krishna says there are different ways to surrender to him. Yes, that's a good point. This is the something which everyone can do. This is the simplest way and the quickest way to surrender to Krishna. But of course, yes, Krishna says that if you can't just give up everything, you can't give your life and your time to me, because every one of us has different situation. That is true. And then there are different ways how you can surrender. You can just do your work. Everyone has to work, and give some parts of your earnings to the temple or to support the movement. And this is also surrender. You're also surrendering in some way. And then, or you can support, you can build the temple, you can finance the book distribution. This is indirect service, but it's still service, it's still surrendering. So whatever, yeah, that is true. Whatever you can do, most of us are not able to give up everything and move to the temple. This is very rare to do that. This is only for special personalities. But we can always do something. We can always surrender in some way to Krishna to improve our life, to come closer to Him. And but chanting is something that anyone and everyone can do. This is very, very simple method, and it will work immediately. So that's why it's most powerful, and everyone can try it. Would you like to add anything?
I was thinking Krishna says he gives this instruction to surrender unto him, but he doesn't go into any detail as to what that means to surrender to him. And then we have when Krishna comes again in his form as Lord Chaitanya. As Lord Chaitanya, he's the example devotee, so he's showing how to follow that instruction.
Can everyone hear? Yes? Okay. Someone cannot hear. You cannot hear. Oh, maybe, can we use the mic? Can we use the mic?
So I'll say that Krishna says to surrender unto him. He doesn't go into any detail. He doesn't explain what that surrender means. But when Krishna comes as his devotee, Lord Chaitanya came 500 years ago. And as this form of Krishna, he comes as a devotee. So he came as a devotee and he showed the example of how to follow that instruction, how to surrender to Krishna. And the example he set was that he was constantly chanting Krishna's names. So when we ask the question that what does it mean to surrender to Krishna? So Krishna himself in his incarnation as Lord Chaitanya gives the example, and that means to constantly chant Krishna's names. So that's what it means to surrender. And like you were saying, that when we there is in order to approach Krishna, one has to follow the instructions of the spiritual teacher. So like that the Lord Chaitanya came, he gave that example that constantly chant Krishna's names. He had his disciples, the six Goswamis, all the way to Guru Parampara, to Srila Prabhupada. So Srila Prabhupada is telling us that this is what Krishna is saying. So Krishna means to constantly chant Krishna's names. So we're following that instruction.
Yeah, that's true. Yes, thank you. Yeah, that is true. We are actually, this is Lord Chaitanya's movement, and he specified that, yes, that what is the best way of surrendering is to chant the holy names, because in this age there is no other way. We are in a very difficult situation. Thank you for that comment. Anything else anyone would like to say? Thank you so much. Anyway, it's 2:00. So thank you to all of you for your attention and support. And I hope we can all follow these instructions of Krishna and surrender more and more. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. All glories to assembled devotees.
Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Oh, is there an on button there? There should be, shouldn't there? Oh no, this one hasn't got an on button. Not on this one. Do you know anything about mixers? Do you know anything about mixers? Okay, there's an expert coming in any minute.
start now. Then I'll join.
Any particular melody?
Huh?
Any particular melody?
I give you a minute.
I'll start now.
Yeah.
Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimati Bhaktivedanta Swami Niti Namine Vishnu Namaste Sarasvati Deve Gauravarni Pracharine Nivasheshashunyavadi Ashtatadashatarine Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shrivasari Gaura Bhaktivinoda Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shrivasari Gaura Bhaktivinoda Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shrivasari Gaura Bhaktivinoda Srivasadi Gaura Bhaktivinoda Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaura Bhaktivinoda
Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Advaita Gadadhar Srivasari Gaura Bhaktivinoda
हाँ? एक कच्चे ओके Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. All together.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. All together.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. together.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna
Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama,
Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Hare Rama,
Hare Rama, Rama Rama,
Hare
Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Hare Rama
Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Hare Rama
Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Hare
Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna
Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Tagore Premanande. We continue chanting until 4:20. Until 4:20, then that's the time for the arti.
Alex can sleep. Do you want to do that to Phil? I think maybe.
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Rama, Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare
Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram
Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Hare Bol.
Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Gaur Premanande. Hare Gaur. અહીંયા જ રાખો.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Hare Hare.
Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Hare Hare.
Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Ram.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Ram Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Ram Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Ram Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Ram Ram
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Ram Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Jai Gaur Premanande. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Krishna Hare 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 Rama Rama Ram Hare Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama Rama Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
All together. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare.
Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare. Go, Premanande. Linda.
Krishna Padaya, Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale, Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine.
Krishna Padaya, Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale, Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Namine.
Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Khashchatishatarine.
Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Khashchatishatarine.
Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaur Bhaktivinoda.
Krishna Chaitanya
Chaitanya
Prabhu Nityananda
Nityananda
Advaita Gadadhar Shivasari Gaura Bhaktivedanta.
Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaur Bhaktivinoda.
Krishna Chaitanya
Chaitanya
Prabhu Nityananda
Nityananda
Advaita Gadadhar Shivasari Gaur Bhaktivedanta.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare
Hare Rama
Rama
Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna
Krishna
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare.
Hare
Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Rama.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Ram, Rama Rama,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Rama Rama,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. ये रघुपति राघव राजा राम, पतित पावन सीताराम।
रघुपति राघव राजा राम, पतित पावन सीताराम।
ये रघुपति राघव राजा राम, पतित पावन सीताराम।
रघुपति राघव राजा राम, पतित पावन सीताराम।
राम राम राम, सिया राम राम राम, राजा राम राम राम, सिया राम राम राम।
राम राम राम, सीताराम राम राम, जय राम राम, सीताराम राम राम।
जया राधा गोकुल नंद, राधा गोकुल नंद राधे।
जय राधा गोकुल नंद, राधा गोकुल नंद राधे।
जय जय राधा गोकुल नंद, राधा गोकुल नंद राधे।
जय राधा गोकुल नंद, राधा गोकुल नंद राधे।
जया सीताराम लक्ष्मण हनुमान, सीताराम लक्ष्मण हनुमान।
जय सीताराम लक्ष्मण हनुमान, जय सीताराम लक्ष्मण हनुमान।
जया गौरानिताय, 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 जया गौरानिताय।
जय गौरानिताय, गौरानिताय, जय गौरानिताय।
जय जय प्रभुपाद, 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 प्रभुपाद।
जय प्रभुपाद,
प्रभुपाद।
जय जय प्रभुपाद।
जय जय गुरुदेव, 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 गुरुदेव।
जय गुरुदेव,
गुरुदेव, गुरुदेव।
जय जय गुरुदेव। हरि बोल, हरि बोल, हरि बोल,
हरि बोल, जय बोलो हरि बोल, हरि बोल, हरि बोल।
Please everybody pay your pranams. Jai Om Vishnupad Paramhamsa Parivraj Kacharya Astotra Sri 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 Mane Sri Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada ki Jai Om Vishnupad Paramhamsa Parivraj Kacharya Astotra Sri Sri Mane Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Goswami Maharaj Prabhupada ki Namacharya Srila Haridas Thakur ki Prem se kaho Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasari Gaura Bhakta Vrinda ke Shri Radha Krishna Gop Gopinath Radha Kund Sham Kuch Giri Govardhan ki Shri Vrindavan Dham ki Shri Mathura Dwarka Dham ki Ganga Mai Yamuna Mai ki Bhakti Devi Tulsi Maharani ki Samved Bhakta Vrinda ki All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. Glories to Sri Guru Gaurang Srila Prabhupada ki Jai. So everybody can please take a seat. We still got the Nrsinga Dev's prayers. It's for protection for everybody. Please take these 5 minutes prayers and then you can all have some prasad outside. We'll serve.
Namaste Narasimhaya.
Namaste
Namaste Narasimhaya. Prahlad Ladnaine, Prahlad Ladnaine, Prahlad Ladnaine, Hiranyakashipurvakshaha, Hiranyakashipurvakshaha, Nakashipurvakshaha, Shilatankanakalahare, 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 Yuto Nashimo, Karto Nashima, Ito Nashima, Karto Nashima, Ito Nashima, Karto Nashima, Ito Nashima, Karto Nashima, Narasingha Madim Sharanam Rapade, Narasingha Madim Rapade, Narasingha Madim Sharanam Rapade, Kim Sharanam Rapade, Tavakar Kamalavare Nakam Aduta Singha Dalita Hiranyakashibu Tanubinga Keshavita Narhari Rupa Jaya Jagdisha Hare Jaya Jagdisha Hare Jaya Jagdisha Hare Tavakar Kamalavare Nakam Adhuta Singha Dalita Hiranyakashibu Tanubringa Keshavita Narhari Rupa Jai Jagdisha Hare Jai Jagdisha Hare Jai Jagdisha Hare Keshavita Narhari Rupa Jai Jagdisha Hare Jai Jagdisha Hare Jai Jagdisha Hare Keshavadita Narhari Rupa Jai Jagdisha Hare Jai Jagdisha Hare Jai Jagdisha Hare Jayo Nrsimhadev 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 Jayo Nrsimhadev Jayo Nrsimhadev Nrsimhadev Jayo Nrsimhadev Jaya Prahlad Maharaj प्रहलाद महाराज, प्रहलाद महाराज जय प्रहलाद महाराज, जय प्रहलाद महाराज, प्रहलाद महाराज, प्रहलाद महाराज जय प्रहलाद महाराज, जय जय प्रभुपाद, प्रभुपाद, प्रभुपाद जय जय प्रभुपाद, जय जय प्रभुपाद, प्रभुपाद, प्रभुपाद जय जय प्रभुपाद, जय जय गुरुदेव, गुरुदेव, गुरुदेव जय जय गुरुदेव, जय गुरुदेव, गुरुदेव, गुरुदेव जय जय गुरुदेव। नरसिम्हादेव की जय, प्रहलाद महाराज की जय, शिला प्रभुपाद की जय, ताय गौर प्रेमानंदे, हरि हरि बोल।
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama,
Sailesh Prabhu, you are in our thoughts.
Rama Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare
Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Come on everyone, please join in. The magic mantra, the Hare Krishna mantra, the mantra, the only mantra. These 16 letters can change life.
Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna,
Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. One more time.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna Hare Krishna
Hare Bol.
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna Hare Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Ram Ram
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram
Ram
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Ram
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Hare
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare one more time Hare Ram
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Krishna
Hare Krishna
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Krishna
Sab boliye please.
Krishna Krishna
Don't be shy to chant the holy name of the Lord.
Hare Rama
And you glorifying our beautiful Shri Shri Radha Gokulananda ji as well.
Hare Krishna
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna.
Krishna Krishna
Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare
Hare Ram Ram Ram
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare
Hare Ram 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 Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Hare
Hare Ram Ram
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna
Hare Ram Ram
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna
Hare Hare
Hare Rama Rama
Rama Rama Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare
Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Jaya Radha Gokul Nand Radha Gokul Nand Radhe
Radha Gokulanand Radha Gokulanand Radhe
Jaya Radha Gokul Nand Radha
गोकुल नंद राधे
जय जय राधा लंदनेश्वर राधा लंदनेश्वर राधे राधे
गोकुल नंद
जय राधा गोकुल नंद राधा गोकुल नंद राधे
जय राधा गोकुल नंद राधा गोकुल नंद राधे
जय राधे राधे
राधे राधे
बोलो राधे राधे
राधे राधे
जय राधे राधे
राधे राधे
बोलो राधे राधे
राधे राधे
जय राधे राधे बोलो श्री राधे जय राधा गोकुल नंद राधा गोकुल नंद राधे
राधा गोकुल नंद राधे
हे गोविंद जय जय गोपाल जय जय
जय जय गोपाल जय
बोलो गोविंद जय जय गोपाल जय जय
जय जय गोपाल जय
हे गोविंद जय जय गोपाल जय जय
जय जय गोपाल जय
हे गोविंद जय जय गोपाल जय जय
जय जय गोपाल जय
हे गोविंद जय जय गोपाल जय जय
गोपाल जय
हे गोविंद जय जय गोपाल जय जय
जय गोपाल जय जय
राधा रमन हरि गोविंद जय जय
हरि गोविंद जय
हे राधा रमन हरि गोविंद जय जय
मन हरि गोविंद जय
हे राधे 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 गोविंदा
हे गोविंद
बोलो राधे 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 गोविंदा
राधे 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 गोविंद
राधे गोविंद जय गौर हरि
गोविंद जय जय
बोलो राधे गोविंद जय गौर हरि
गोविंद जय गौरा रे
जय सीताराम लक्ष्मण हनुमान सीताराम लक्ष्मण हनुमान
राम लक्ष्मण हनुमान राम लक्ष्मण
हे रघुपति राघव राजा राम पतित पावन सीताराम
रघुपति राघव राजा राम पतित पावन सीताराम
रघुपति राघव राजा राम पतित पावन सीताराम
रघुपति राजा राम पतित पावन सीताराम
रघुपति राघव राजा राम पतित पावन सीताराम हे सीताराम सीताराम दशरथ नंदन सीताराम हे सीताराम 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 जय सीताराम
सीताराम
दशरथ वल्लभ सीताराम हे सीताराम सीताराम दशरथ वल्लभ सीताराम
दशरथ
हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे राजा राम 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 सिया राम 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 राजा राम 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 सिया राम राम राम
राधा राम 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 सीता
राजा राम 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 सिया राम 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 राजा राम 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 सिया राम राम राम
सिया राम 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 राजा राम 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 सीता राम
जया सीताराम लक्ष्मण हनुमान सीताराम लक्ष्मण हनुमान जया गौरानिताय 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 जया गौरानिताय जय जय प्रभुपाद 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 प्रभुपाद
जय प्रभुपाद
जय जय गुरुदेव 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 बोलो श्री श्री राधा गोकुल नंद भगवान जी की एकादशी की. So thank you all for joining us. Kirtans are going to be continuing till 6 o'clock, and then there is class at 6 p.m.
Mataji doesn't want to sit on the cushion. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama,
Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Leave the bottle here. Hare Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Oh, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare 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 Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare श्री राधा गोकुलानंद की जय, सीताराम लक्ष्मण हनुमान की जय, श्री गौर निताय की जय, श्रीला प्रभुपाद की जय।
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, double Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare
Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Hare
Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama
Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare
Hare Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Ram Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Ram Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Ram Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Ram Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Ram Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Ram Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare
Krishna 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 Hare Hare,
Hare Rama
Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Jaya Radha Gokul Nanda Radha Gokul Nanda Radhe, Radha Gokul
Nanda Radha Gokulananda Radhe.
Jaya Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman, Jaya Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman,
Jaya Sita Ram Lakshmana Hanuman, Jaya Sita Ram Lakshmana Hanuman.
Jaya Gauranitai Gauranitai Gauranitai, Jaya Gauranitai
Gauranitai, 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 Jaya Gauranitai.
Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada,
Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada.
Gurudev, 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 Jaya Jaya Gurudev, Jaya
Gurudev, 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 Jaya Jaya Gurudev.
Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol.
Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaura Hari Bol.
Nitai Gaur Premanande.
Hari Hari Bol.
Now we're going to have a Bhagavad-gita class. Who's giving the class? Oh. Okay. Okay, so we're going to have the Bhagavad-gita class. So if everybody can face towards where the speaker is going to sit on the Vyasasana here, just face towards on that side here, please. Thank you.
This is for protocol. isn't it? Yeah, I didn't realize. It's sweet, but
I think so. Probably
just literally for our
Bhagavad-gita way.
Madhuram. Krishna,
I have
just
it,
like
yeah.
Krishna.
I have my own. Yeah.
Florida.
Oh, yeah.
We got to tell her to see when she had a baby girl and they bought a house. We just landed, so we thought so Her Grace Nandarani Mataji is going to be giving a class.
Thank you.
So shall we do 3 Hari Bols for Mataji? Come on. She's an exalted personality. Hari Hari.
Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari.
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 Jaya Gopi Jana Vallabha Jaya Girivaradhari. Jaya Girivaradhari.
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 Jaya Yasodanandana Jaya Brajajana Ranjana. Jaya Brajajana Ranjana.
Jaya Yashodanandana Jaya Brajajana Randana.
Jaya Brajajana
Nandana.
Jaya Yasodanandana Jaya Brajajana Ranjana. Jaya Brajajana Ranjana.
Jaya Rasika Nandana Jaya Brajraja Nandana. Nandana.
Yamuna Tira Vanachari.
Jamuna Tira Banachari.
Yamuna Tira Vanachari.
Jamuna Tira Banachari.
Jaya Radha Madhava Jabihari.
Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari.
Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari.
Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari.
Thank you. Please repeat after me, okay? Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om
Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Hare Krishna, everybody. Welcome to Bhaktivedanta Manor. Srila Prabhupada, who is the founder, Acharya of our movement, he built a home for everybody. And this is your home, and you all belong here. So one of the things I've been asked to do today is to read from the Bhagavad-gita. So how many of you know the Bhagavad-gita? Great. One person? Any more? Come on, don't be shy. Put your hands up. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So that's wonderful. Thank you. So when I was a young girl, my mother used to recite Bhagavad-gita in the morning. She would get up and she would start sweeping the house and cleaning up and everything. And I always thought, why is she not sitting, in meditation, But the Bhagavad-gita is a wonderful, wonderful book because it teaches us that we can do our jobs and our duties and still think of Krishna all the time. So today I'm going to be reading from chapter 15 of the Bhagavad-gita, verse 15, so 15:15. And what I'll do is I'll say the Sanskrit, the translation, and then I'll share with you the purport by His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada. And then we can break it down a little bit. And I've certainly made some notes today, so I can share those with you. Sarvasya chaham hidri sanivisto mata smiti jnanam aponaham cha vedescha sarva aham eva vedyo vedanta krit vedavid eva chaham. So Lord Krishna is speaking to Arjuna, and this is Lord Krishna's words. I am seated in everyone's heart, and from me comes remembrance, knowledge, and forgetfulness. By all the Vedas, I am to be known indeed. I am the compiler of Vedanta, and I am the knower of the Vedas. Purport by His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada. So just take a deep breath and just feel like you're sitting in a meditation, but the meditation is the power of hearing. So just receive, be in the mood of receiving what Srila Prabhupada has to say to all of us, because this is so relevant, whether you're a child, whether you're young, whether you're married, you're not married, whether you believe in God, you don't, whether you're of another dimension, whatever it is, this is for everyone. The Supreme Lord, who is situated as Paramatma in everyone's heart, and it is from Him all activities are initiated. The living entity forgets everything of his past lives, but he has to act according to the direction of the Supreme Lord, who is the witness of all his work. Therefore, he begins his work according to his past deeds. Required knowledge is supplied by him, and remembrance is given to him, and he forgets also about his past life. Thus, the Lord is not only pervading, all-pervading, he is also localized as the individual in every individual heart. The Lord awards different fruitive results. He is worshipable not only as the impersonal Brahman, but the Supreme Personality of Godhead and the localized Paramatma, but in the form of the incarnation of the Vedas. The Vedas give the right direction to people so they can properly mold their lives to go back to Godhead, back home. The Vedas offer knowledge of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna, and Krishna in his incarnation as Vyasadeva, the compiler of the Vedanta Sutra. The commentation on the Vedanta Sutra by Vyasadeva in the Srimad Bhagavatam gives us the real understanding of Vedanta Sutra. The Supreme Lord is so full that the deliverance of the conditioned deliverance of the conditioned soul. He's the supplier and digester of foodstuffs, the witness of his activity, the giver of knowledge in the form of the Vedas, and also the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Sri Krishna, who is also the teacher of the Bhagavad-gita. He is worshipable by the conditioned soul. Thus, God is all good and God is all merciful. Ananta Pravishta Shastra Jnanam. The living entity soon forgets as soon as he quits his present body, and then he begins his work again, initiated by the Supreme Lord. Although he forgets, the Lord gives him intelligence to renew his work where he ended his last life. So not only does the living entity enjoy or suffer in the world according to the dictation of the Supreme Lord situated locally within the heart, but he also receives the opportunity to understand the Vedas from him. If one is serious about understanding Vedic knowledge, then Krishna gives the required intelligence. Why does he present Vedic knowledge for understanding? Because the living entity individually needs to understand Krishna. Vedic literature confirms this. In all Vedic literature, beginning with the four Vedas, Vedanta Sutra, the Upanishads, the Puranas, and the glories of the Supreme Lord are celebrated. We're just coming to the end of the purport now. By performance of Vedic rituals, discussions of the Vedic philosophy, and worship of the Lord in devotional service, he is attained. Therefore, the purpose of the Vedas is to understand Krishna. Vedas gives us a direction by which how to understand Krishna and the process of realizing him. The ultimate goal is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Vedanta Sutra confirms in the following words, one can attain perfection in 3 stages: by understanding Vedic literature, by understanding our relationship with Lord Krishna, and by performing different processes. One can approach him and in the end attain the supreme goal, who is no other than the Supreme Personality of Godhead. In this verse, the purpose of the Vedas and the understanding of the Vedas and the goal of the Vedas are clearly defined. Om Jnana Timrandasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshuramritam Yena Tasmai Shri Guruve Namaha Shri Chaitanya Manobhistam Stapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupakadamayam Dadati Swapanandikam Vandeham Shri Guru Shri Utapada Kamalam Shri Guru Vaishnavamscha Shri Rupam Sagrajatam Sahagana Rakidantam Vikamtam Sajivam Sadvaitam Sarvabhutanam Paritajan Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padam Sahagana Radhita Shri Vishakam Vitamscha. He Krishna Karuna Sindhu Dina Bandhu Jagatpate Gopesha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namosute Tapta Kanchana Gaurange Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Vishabhanu Sute Devi Pranamami Hari Priye Pancha Kalpa Tarubhyascha Kripa Sindhubhya Cha Patitanam Pavanabhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha. Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. So, did you all get that? Or was it hard to process? Was it hard to process? You got that, yeah? Great, great. Well, my role now today is just to break down what we've heard. So the Lord is saying, Lord Krishna is saying that he is in everyone's heart. So sometimes, we get a feeling we're lonely. Sometimes we can feel abandoned. Sometimes we feel confused. Sometimes we want to have direction in life. How do I make the right decision? What's best for me? What's best for others? And we spend so much energy getting anxious. Because, there's a saying, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. Sometimes we do our best and it still feels like, do you know what? I'm not quite sure if I got it right. Did I make the right decision in a relationship, in a career, in any direction in life? But here, Srila Prabhupada and Lord Krishna is saying himself that I'm in everyone's heart. So we've had many, many lifetimes. You know, we're very lucky in this lifetime. We've got the body of a human being. But actually, we're also a form of animal. Because just like the animals, they eat, we eat. They mate, we mate. They defend, we get defensive. And so, you know, sleeping, eating, mating, defending, having, you know, children or progeny, we're all doing that. But the difference between an animal and us is that we have consciousness. So if you sat an animal and you know, read the Bhagavad-gita, they would have the consciousness deep within them, but we have the ability through our mind and our intelligence to be able to understand who am I and why am I here? You know, why did Krishna give me this body, this color, this race? Or why did I have things in my life that were dished out for me? You know, life is not fair. Sometimes we can also say that. But our actual position, our real position, is that all of you are perfect, whole, and complete. Because every single person is a spirit soul. And the spirit soul is Satchidananda Vigraha. It's all-knowing, knows the truth, is eternal. But because we are covered lifetime after lifetime in different bodies, different consciousness, we forget who we are. But the Lord is so kind that he never abandons us. So he's always with us. And that's why, you know, in the Vedic culture, often people, when they greet each other, will say namaste, because I bow to the soul, the divinity within your heart. So how can we see the divinity in somebody's heart? It's really hard, isn't it? It's really testing when people tick you off. Or even generally, you know, how can we see the divinity in everyone? But coming back, Srila Prabhupada says that we forget the lifetimes that we've had. Now, who would want to remember all their lifetimes? Sometimes people want to find out about their previous lives because of patterns, things that emerge. Because what happens is when we leave this body, if we haven't concluded everything that we need to conclude, i.e., come to peace with ourselves, forgive others, have compassion, leave this world in a way that we have no regrets. But often that's not the case, because we all experience some trauma, some wound, some challenge, some abandonment. You know, someone's cheated us, someone, you know. So even if we try to enjoy this material world with the perfect relationship, with the perfect home, with the perfect career, with the perfect life, with huge amounts of wealth, every living entity will go through these challenges, because money can't solve it. A great career can't solve the existential question of who you are. So we're very lucky that we don't remember our past lives, because we don't know what we've done in our past lives. But here, Srila Prabhupada tells us that by us, you know, I mean, in my background, I'm a teacher many, many years ago. And one of the things you did in the classroom was, if the child was naughty, you would pull the child up, separate the behavior from the child themselves. And you would say, you know, you did this, and these are the consequences. It could be hurtful to somebody or whatever, but you never made that person feel bad. So Krishna does that with us as well, that according to our behaviors, whatever we've done in our past life, the Lord wants us to remember that we're perfect, whole, and complete. But if we have challenges, if we have difficulties, that is because there is something within our past or within this lifetime that we've done. We might have hurt somebody, we might have hurt ourselves, we might have... I mean, Lord Krishna says that anything that we do without him is sin. Because the verse in Ishopanishad, Ishvasya idam sarvam, yat kincha jagatam jagat, tena tattena bunjita, ma svid. So, thank you, Prabhu. When you sit on the hot seat, you forget. So, everything comes from the Lord. You know, the water, the rain, food. But we often think we own it. We get very territorial about land. But after we've gone, the land is still there, the home is still there. So it's a form of theft. And when we take something without acknowledging who it really comes from, then we are bound to suffer. Because the nature of this material world is that we are, because of the nature of the soul, we're always pleasure-seeking, we're looking for the truth. Very often we will get disappointed unless we have understanding and connection with Lord Krishna. So, the Lord knows our past lives, even though we may not know them. And the clues that come is through our thoughts, our behaviors, and our deeds right now. They're the indications that tell us about our own selves and what our limitations are, but also what we can work on. So Srila Prabhupada says the Vedas give us right direction. You know, we go to school, we spend how many years? You know, and university, maybe 15. Some people spend 20 years getting an education. You know, I remember going to nursery in Kenya, and then going to primary school, and then going to college because I didn't get my GCSEs. And then after college, having a university degree. Then after a university degree, getting a fellowship at Oxford. And I thought, that's wonderful to have an academic not a qualification, but the pinnacle of academia. And then doing other degrees. But actually, the truth is that we are looking for something out there that's going to solve our life, that's going to solve our problems, that's going to give us lots of joy. You know, we tell our children, don't we? I've told my children, you must study, because otherwise it's going to be challenging for you. If you study well, you'll get a good job. But who tells us that actually in this material world we're here in the school of life? Okay, we can navigate our literacy and maths and science, but who's going to help us navigate who we are? Who am I? Why am I here? What's the purpose? I've achieved everything I want, and yet still I don't feel so joyful in myself. Why is that? Or I get frustrated because I try so hard, I've got the right education, I've got the right money, I've got the right contacts, but why aren't I feeling or getting, material enjoyment? Why aren't I? So life is designed to frustrate us unless we actually understand our true nature. So the Lord says he himself is the compiler of the Vedas. The Lord himself is the Vedas. So that also tells us the compassionate nature of the Lord. He's so kind, he's so merciful that he speaks the Bhagavad-gita to us. Now, I know not everyone put their hands up to say about the Bhagavad-gita, but if you want to navigate through life and understand what the real meaning of life is, then the Bhagavad-gita is the book to understand about soul education. Because we learn about education in so many ways, but it's all about maintaining the body. You know, good Ayurveda, getting a good job, money, feed myself, have a good home over me. But the soul is almost like the other side of you that's lying on a bed, and it's emaciated, it's thirsty, and it just needs that watering of spiritual knowledge to be able to come back to yourself. Now, if we can actually tune into the Lord within the heart, and this is what the Bhagavad-gita helps us to do, to actually understand that the Lord is actually everywhere. Now, some people say, God is everywhere. I am God. You are God. Everyone's God. But actually, that's incorrect, because if we think we're God, we have so many limitations. It's actually being disrespectful sometimes to God himself to say that I'm equal to you. So, the right mentality is to see the divinity in everyone. And the Lord says he's within everyone's heart. So the Lord is everywhere. He's all-pervading. Without the Lord, we wouldn't have this world. We wouldn't have all the things that we need to maintain ourselves. Then the Lord is also within the heart. Because of his compassionate nature, even if we've turned away, he still travels with us, waiting like a good wife or a good child, just waiting for that parent to turn around or that partner to turn around and just acknowledge that, my Lord, you're there. And then finally, the Lord, who Srila Prabhupada says, the Lord within the books, and the Lord himself who manifests as the deity. And the Lord who is a person. If the Lord is speaking to us as the Bhagavad-gita, he is a person. And he wants us to come to him more than we even realize. So out of the Lord's compassionate nature, the Vedas, the Bhagavad-gita are here to give us the right direction in life. Often, how many of you have heard the Bhagavad-gita when someone's passed away? Often that's the time when people read the Bhagavad-gita. But actually, like Gandhiji said, when I have doubts that haunt me, I pick up the Bhagavad-gita and I read that. If you read the Bhagavad-gita 100 times, 200 times, 500 times, you'd still get something new. Because the nature of the Bhagavad-gita is it's not an ordinary text. It's very mystical. And so the Lord will speak to us and direct us. And, we often think knowledge comes through the mind because we process. The mind's job is always to judge. We think, a sign of someone's advancement is their intelligence. As I said to you, having a good education, having academia, a good analysis, or whatever you do at work. But actually, that in itself has its own limitations. And we can see that when Hitler, when he did so many atrocities, that he had the brightest scientists with him, but they used their mind and intelligence in the wrong place to diminish others in cruelty. So we can't always depend on our mind and our intelligence, because the false ego is the aspect of us that tells us, can't trust anybody else, got to depend on myself. I used to say that, especially if you're a leader. If you want to get a job done, you've got to do it yourself. Or you've got to be breathing down everyone's neck, making sure you're monitoring or checking. And if you're a child in a house, you probably know that, because I do that to my kids when they need to do their jobs and things like that. But our mind deludes us. Now, our mind can be our best friend and our mind can be our worst enemy. Here, Srila Prabhupada is giving us the opportunity that to nourish the soul, we must also engage the mind in the right way. Now, how do we engage the mind in the right way? Well, when we're reading the Bhagavad-gita or the Vedas, we begin to understand the nature of who we are, why we're here. And maybe not to take things too seriously. Because we put so much energy into this body, into this lifetime, achieving. We want to leave a legacy for our children. We want to, show everybody else that, I'm worthy. Look at me. I can show them. You know, the people who diminished me or the people who disrespected me, I can show them that I've done well. But actually, when we die, all of that stays here. You know, our home becomes somebody else's home. Our clothes probably go off in charity. You know, we don't take anything with us. The soul travels with its desires, the mind and the intelligence. So the way we've trained our mind and intelligence in this lifetime, and that's the baggage we'll take with us. So Srila Prabhupada is saying here that even if we're reborn, I mean, if we're lucky, we'll have a human form of life, but we don't know if we're going to be in the body of a hog or a dog. And actually, illusion is such that even when you're in the body of a hog, the hog loves eating stool. The hog just thinks, hey, you know, I'm in my element. So Bhagavad-gita is telling us that we shouldn't try to make a permanent situation of this world. That we must take time to nourish our soul. There's a house in Varanasi where people go when they're about to die in India. You know about that, yeah. And time after time, the chap who looked after the home, he found one common element with the people who came to die. That, you know, what was their regret? Hare Krishna. What was their regret? And their regret was that they hadn't resolved the unresolved relationships. The hurt, the pain, holding on to things that we think people hurt us. So the Bhagavad-gita prepares us to be able to live a more compassionate life to ourselves, because if we're not able to forgive others, if we're not able to be compassionate, then actually we're quite cruel to ourselves, because the act of not being able to forgive others is like drinking poison within yourself and expecting the other person to die. But here, Lord Krishna helps us to understand that we ourselves don't know why we are here, for what reason, for what lessons. But if we can have trust and faith, but the mind won't let you have trust and faith, because the mind will say, no, maybe there's something better. You know, shall I commit to this? Don't know. Maybe there's something better. Because that's the mind's job. It's always doubting. Now, it's a sign of intelligence to be able to accept and reject, because Socrates did that. You know, it's a very important skill. But you know you're being sabotaged when the voices that tell you that you can't be trusted, or the other person can't be trusted. So in the Bhagavatam, it says that as we have certain tendencies within us. Here, Prabhupada is saying the Vedas help you to get the right direction in life. But our tendency is towards irreligion. Why should I listen to what others say? I don't want to do that. That's ritualistic. Give up tea or coffee. Why should I do that? You know, my anxiety is so much that I need my tea and I need my coffee, or I need painkillers to be able to cope through life. But so actually we're looking for external means to try and pacify our needs. I think there's one thing that really motivated me as a mother to probe deeper into spiritual life. And I would say that was my children. That, you know, were my children going to experience the anxieties that I had, the doubts that I had, the fear that I carry, the need to sometimes want to cheat? Because if I don't get in there and if I'm not cunning and if I don't bluff, then it's not going to happen. So we want to be able to give up all these things because they take so much energy from us. Irreligion, falsity, cheating, bluffing, fear, lust, anger, greed, envy, harsh speech, hypocrisy, quarreling. These are things, ladies and gentlemen, we're all experiencing every day. So how can we be free from that? By being triggered by others. Well, the Vedas, the Bhagavad-gita teach us that we go within ourselves and we look at what constitutes material qualities. Material qualities always bring some kind of anxiety and pain. The unsteadiness, the doubts that haunt us all the time. Doubts about our health, doubts about relationships, doubts about all sorts of things. So this verse is also that Lord Krishna is telling us that when we turn to him, we may have forgotten everything, but the Lord gives us knowledge and understanding to be able to come to him. Now, the spiritual knowledge is interesting because it comes through the heart. It comes through revelation. So the Lord is Paramatma, gives us that knowledge and understanding, but we first have to start with the desire to understand, who am I? Why am I here? Now, a lot of people will say, religion isn't that great. I know people used to say to me when I used to come to the temple, maybe 35, 40 years ago, even before, Srila Prabhupada came to the West, because as all the sages do, their main thing is to help, they follow the path of Narada Muni, and that is to help alleviate the suffering of others, glorify Lord Krishna, his form, his pastimes, his qualities, and be enlivened, feel joyful. So, why is it that we don't feel that taste to want to come to Krishna? Why is it that, as I said to you even 40 years ago, people would say, oh, don't go there because, it's all Westerners. They don't know about our religion. They don't know about our faith. But it made me think, actually, that why were so many rich Westerners who had millionaire, billionaire parents, they had the best education, they had all the money, but there was something missing within their lives. Why were they getting up at 3:30 in the morning? Why were they so motivated to give up meat, not to drink alcohol, not to have illicit relationships? Why were they following what my grandparents and great-grandparents followed? But the happiness and the juice comes by reconnecting back to who we really are. So some people will say, actually, spirituality isn't cool. But I would say to you, it's the coolest thing going, if you really understand that spiritual side of who you are. The fascinating thing is when somebody dies, the body's there. How many of you have been to a funeral and you've said goodbye to a loved one, and we feel so much pain and hurt because we're identifying with that body of that person we knew as a mother, as a father, as a friend, as a brother. I've got people behind me, Hare Krishna. So why do we identify with that? Because that person is no longer that person. The soul has moved. The soul has migrated. So that also tells us that a part of our existence isn't just the body, but there's something more subtle. What Srila Prabhupada and the devotees encourage all of you is, please come to the manor regularly if you're not already coming regularly. Come and take darshan, have prasad, come and do some courses. Come for morning program, morning arti. As soon as you start driving down, there's a different feeling. Come and see the cows. Nourish yourself before the madness of the week starts again. The cooking, the washing, the cleaning, the reports, the meetings, having difficult conversations with people. These things will just carry on. And actually, if we're not able to even control ourselves, it will take over our life up to the evening or early hours of the morning, working till late, and even the weekends. But it's so important to be able to protect your soul and your spiritual consciousness by just being able to associate with others. And if you want to know more about Krishna consciousness, please come and get the Bhagavad-gita. We do lots and lots of courses. We do local groups where you can meet other people like yourselves, and you make friends and you study the Bhagavad-gita together. There are courses for children, wonderful courses actually, and make spirituality an essential part of your life. Now, it's 7:15 because Aarti is going to be at 7 o'clock. Does anyone have any questions? And by the way, there's no question is a daft question. Yes, Mataji. When do we have classes for adults? Well, you can go online and find out. We have evening classes every evening at 6 o'clock. On Bhagavad-gita, you can go online. Then Srimad Bhagavatam classes, we have every morning at 7:30. So there's a morning program. You can go on Manor Media and check in on there. But go onto the website. There's also... Yeah, you'll definitely meet people. If that's what you want, you'll meet like-minded people. And that's how you make good friends. The School of Bhakti, go to the School of Bhakti website and find out about some of the courses that are out there. They're courses about Bhagavad-gita, lifestyle, Ayurveda, all sorts of things. So please do that. We have the facilities and they're actually there for all of you. So great question, thank you. Anybody else? Any doubts you've had? What about young people? Any questions from young people? So, if there are no questions, what I would love you to do, if you'd like to do this with me, is since we're looking in front of the deities, shall we do a meditation in front of the deities? Okay, so get yourself really comfortable, face the deities, and when you come here, every time you come here, remember this, because then you'll be able to really take nice deep darshan. Okay, are you all ready? Okay. So, folding our hands together, looking at the Lord's lotus feet. Now, I know people are having darshan, so in between you'll be able to see the Lord. So we always start with the lotus feet of the Lord, because we say that to access the Bhagavad-gita, to understand the Bhagavad-gita, we start with the Lord's feet, because the Lord's feet represents the compassionate nature of the Lord. The ego doesn't want to surrender to anyone or anything. But by surrendering to the Lord's feet, he gives us all the knowledge and understanding by which to come to him. So the Lord's feet are like mountains, and they shatter the sins in our heart. So all the things that give us trouble, like irreligion, falsity, bluffing, cheating, lying, anger, resentment, greed, harsh speech, all of those things, if we meditate on the Lord's feet, he can take those things that give us so much pain. And the Lord's feet is the source of Ganga. And as the Ganga flows, she's the mother that gives us unconditional love. She surrounds us and she loves us and she takes away any of our sins. So the Lord's feet is the source of Ganga. And the Lord's feet is also the source of all light. And that light is like the sun, that when the sun shines, it doesn't say, you owe me. And the sun doesn't say, I'm going to shine light on you, but not the other person. So the Lord is so merciful, so compassionate, so loving, that he shines that love on all of us. And if there's anyone today who thinks, I'm not loved, then you should know that the Lord loves you unconditionally. Then the Lord's thighs are the source of spiritual and material worlds. And the Lord's belly is the source of all of creation, not just planet Earth, but all the different planets and the universe and beyond the universe, the whole of creation. That is so even bewildering to Lord Brahma. Then the Lord's chest, the Shivasta hair, it's where Bhrigu Muni kicked the Lord to test his supremacy while the Lord was sleeping. And having been kicked in the chest, the Lord wakes up and he asks Bhrigu Muni, are you okay? Are you hurt? You know, is your foot all right? Such is the magnanimity of the Lord that he understands when somebody hurts us, that they are hurting. And then you look at the Lord's, on the Lord's chest, there's the Shivasta jewel, and that jewel represents that the Lord is source of unlimited wealth, opulence. The Lord is the source of all wealth, fortune, intelligence, beauty, renunciation. And then when you look at the Lord's garlands, sometimes you'll see Tulsi garland. And the Tulsi helps us to reclaim our relationship with the Lord. Then you see the flower garland on the Lord. Today we've got red and white flower garland. And that flower garland represents the intoxicating nature of the Lord, that we want to be so attached to the Lord that at the time when we die, we ask him to give us remembrance, that somehow or another, like Gajendra, the elephant, that the Lord gives us remembrance to be able to go to him. And then you look at the pearl necklaces around the neck. The pearl necklaces represent all the devotees of the Lord. Those beautiful pearls, each and every one, and you're devotees of the Lord. You are so precious to the Lord that he keeps you by his heart. And then you look at the flute. Now the flute represents that part of the Lord who's empty. You know, the flute is like a devotee. He's so empty that the flute asks the Lord, what do you want me to feel? What do you want me to think? What do you want me to say? What do you want me to do? The Lord is the protector of the silence. So we pray that please let me be an instrument. You're the Paramatma within my heart. Guide me. Guide me to overcome my doubts. Guide me to make the right decisions. And then you look at the Lord's smiling face. He's always giving loving benedictions. The Lord will always say kind things to you. Lord Krishna is a kind, loving God. He doesn't get angry with us. He doesn't want to punish us. We're here to learn our lessons. That's because of our own lessons. And then looking at the Lord's eyes, they're full of compassion for us. The Lord's eyes are like the lotus hearts of the sages, full of love and compassion. And then you look at Srimati Radharani, when you look at her dress, it represents complete compassion. Her garland represents mercy. So just, if you switch your phone off, please. Thank you. Thank you. That's okay. That's okay. So, and then when you look at Lord Ram, he's the personification. You know, when we call out Lord Ram's name, he takes away all fear from us. And Sita Devi, the perfection of a wife, completely there by her Lord. Duty, such as Lakshman. He represents duty and loyalty. And Hanuman represents complete service. And when Hanuman helped to rescue Mother Sita from Lanka, Mother Sita wanted to reward him, so she gave him a pearl necklace. And he took the pearl necklace and he started biting it, and it started breaking. And it was like, what is this monkey doing, you know? Doesn't he understand the value of the pearl? But actually, Hanuman is looking for Lord Ram, because for him, nothing makes sense in this world, or nothing is of value unless it's Lord Ram. So, in a minute, ladies and gentlemen, the conch will blow at 7 o'clock, and we will ask you to stand up for the Aarti. Until then, let's chant. Yeah? Let's chant.
We have an announcement to make.
Yes.
Which is a couple of minutes before chanting. That's
Okay. Yeah, okay. So we have announcements, so let's do the announcement first.
Hare Krishna. Krishna Krishna. Hare Hare. Hare Rama. Rama Rama. Hare Hare. Welcome to Bhaktivedanta Manor. Tonight is Guru Aarti. And Guru Aarti is all about how we share our love and devotion with Lord Krishna. And the way that Lord Krishna likes us to share it with him is for us to be able to dance and to chant with him. He wants to feel our love. It's not even about us dancing for him. He wants to see us dancing. So we'd ask you to join us tonight and share your love, gain the extra benefit, and share your love with him. So can I ask all the men to come onto this side of the room and all the ladies to go onto that side of the room? Hare Krishna. Instruments? No, players.
Oh, it's players.
Yeah.
What to do? Yeah, of course.
Hello, my lovely.
How are you? At the end of your class, very nice. 2 days in I know.
Good, good. You? You proposed to his partner. Yeah.
I met her actually at the airport. Yeah. Oh, congratulations. She seems really nice.
See you. Yeah, it was nice to meet you.
Definitely.
When you go straight, at 7 o'clock we have to go straight into Aarti. So no
Okay.
one here, I guess I'll just
Sankirtan mentioned that, to start with that. Actually.
No, you just
I'm only going to watch Sankirtan.
at the beginning of classes. But we go out Aarti straight.
I'll leave it on. So thank you.
Yeah. I know the rug, so it's okay. Yes, please.
श्री श्री राधा गोकुलानंद की श्री श्री सीताराम लक्ष्मण हनुमान की श्री श्री गौर निताय की. So as the Gaur Aarti is being performed. We're going to sing the Gaur Aarti song. That's there on the right hand side, coming from the ceiling. The lead singer is going to sing one line, and if you can follow the lead singer after that. And then we're going to go on to chanting the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra. And as we sing the Gaur Aarti and as we chant the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra, we can also dance as well. And if you especially like to dance, you can come on the right hand side. The devotees will be dancing on the right hand side. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Jaya Jaya Gaurachande Arati Kaso. Sadikaya. Chandrajini Vadana Ujjvala
Jana Mana Loba Srimati Bhaktivedanta Swami Niti Namine Saraswati Deve Gauravan Prachari Nirvishesha Punyadari Kasyatyage Satari Krishna Chaitanya Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama. Everyone louder. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
representatives and the saintly personalities. So if there is space, you can go on the floor and offer your dandavats. Otherwise, you can put your palms together in a pranam mudra, and every time I say a personality's name, if you can say loud as you can, Ki Jai. Jai Om Vishnupad Paramahamsa Parivrajagacharya Astottara Sri Srimad Abhay Charanaravinda Bhaktivedanta Swami Maharaj Srila Prabhupada Ki. ISKCON BBT founder Srila Prabhupada Ki. Ananta Koti Vaishnava Vrinda Ki. Nama Acharya Srila Haridas Thakur Ki. Prem se kaho Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shiva Sadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Ki. Shri Shivada Krishna Gop Gopinath Shama Kund Radha Kund Giri Govardhan Ki. Vrindavan Dham Ki. Ayodhya Puri Dham Ki. Mayapur Navadip Dham Ki. Ganga Maya Yamuna Mai Ki. Bhakti Devi Tulsi Maharani Ki. Samaveta Bhakta Vrind Ki. Jai Nitai Gaur Premanande. Oh, glories to the assembled devotees. Oh, glories to the assembled devotees. Oh, glories to the assembled devotees. Oh, glories to Shri Guru and Gauranga. Srila Prabhupada Ki. So please take a seat. And we're going to conclude the Aarti ceremony by offering pranams, offering prayers unto Lord Nrsimhadev to protect us in various ways. And we're going to have Harsh Prabhu will be leading the Nrsimhadev prayers. So we'll have Charlie Prabhu. Sorry, there's a change. We'll have Charlie Prabhu. He will lead the Nrsimhadev prayers. And then there will be some important announcements that will be made by Antaranga Prabhu. Hari Bol.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. That's better. On behalf of ISKCON Bhaktivedanta Manor, we would like to give you a warm welcome and thank you all. Can I see you, everyone? Thank you all for coming this Sunday to our mandir. So we're going to start very soon with more kirtans. So hands up who like kirtans. So everyone likes kirtans. So this space will be for the kirtanis right underneath the Panchatattva. So you can face this direction. Another arati will be 9 p.m. There's a Mahaprasadam served in the Haveli, but this is where the real mercy also happens. So feel free to stay. Our kirtanis will set up in a few minutes. And we're wishing you a wonderful next week full of Krishna conscious experiences. And yeah, stay happy. Chant and be happy. Srila Prabhupada ki!
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Krishna Krishna. Hare Hare. Hare Rama. Hare Rama. Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Jai Shri Radha Gokulananda ki, Harinam Sankirtan ki. So thank you all for coming. For those who would like to leave the temple room, you can kindly make your way. There's prasadam being served. And for those who are here, if you have a little space in front of you, try and move a little forward. I think the memo has gone out that Sunday night kirtan is the place to be. So nice to see everyone here. We look forward to chanting and dancing with you for the next couple of hours. Jai Shri Radha Gokulananda ki Jai.
Water.
Namo Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prastaya Putale Srimati Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine
Shri
Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Astityadishitadine Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jaya Radha Gokulananda Radha Gokulananda Shri Ram Jaya Prabhupada 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 Srila Krishna, everyone. We are gathered on our weekly, I was going to say annual, but we do this weekly Sunday night kirtan. Today's a special one because it falls on Ekadashi. Does anyone know today is Ekadashi? Who knew today is Ekadashi? Okay, a few. It's a day where Vaishnavas across the world are trying to restrict grain eating in a pursuance of loving Krishna a little bit more. So we increase our activities for Krishna consciousness on Ekadashi. Happens once every fortnight. So today, luckily, I don't think we've had a Sunday night Ekadashi in a while, right? Not that I remember. Not for a while. So it's been a long time, so this is a nice occurrence that we've come together to... But not on a Sunday, right?
No, it was Sunday.
Ah, okay, my bad. So there was one 2 weeks ago, but I wasn't here. Anyway, today's Ekadashi, and why is it significant? It's understood, dear devotees, that there are 10 senses in the body. 10 senses. I know that you all know the 5 senses. Those are the ones that work on the mind, but there are also senses which act on the active sense. I don't want to go too much into it. But did you know of those 10 senses, the most voracious, the most heightened sense? Does anyone want to guess what the most heightened sense is? The tongue, yeah. So Prabhupada speaks about how hearing is, the most important sense, but in many other scriptures where Prabhupada's commented, he speaks about how the tongue is very important. So that's why today we just restrict what we take in. We only eat things which are not grain, such as fruits, etc. And we also try on these Ekadashis to try increase our Krishna consciousness. The tongue is not only for eating, it wags for also conversation. So on Ekadashi, it's almost over, but what did we speak about today? What did we chant today? How many people chanted 16 rounds today? I'm still not yet there. Okay, a few. But the point is, what did we do on Ekadashi that was for higher purpose, to use the tongue for higher purpose? So we're here for 2 hours and a bit. Please chant with us. Please try to engage the tongue so that it engages the mind, which will hopefully cleanse the soul. And we can realize our eternal relationship in Krishna consciousness. Okay, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Rama 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 Hare Rama Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Rama 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Oh Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Oh Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Oh Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Oh Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare This is my time. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare Oh Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Hare Oh Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Rama Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Hare Hare. श्री श्री राधा गोकुल नंद की, श्री श्री सीताराम लक्ष्मण हनुमान की, श्री गौर निताय की, निताय गौर प्रेम।
Namaste Narasringhaya. Namaste Narasringhaya. Shringa Dalita Hiranya Kashipu Tano Bringha Keshavadrita Narahari Rupa Jai Jagadisha Hare Jai Jagadisha Hare Jai Jagadisha Hare Keshavadrita Narahari Rupa Jai Jagadisha Hare Jai Jagadisha Hare Jai Jagadisha Hare Jayo Narsingha Dev, Jayo Narsingha Dev, Jayo Narsingha Dev, Jayo Narsingha Dev. Oh, Jayo Narsingha Dev, Narsingha Dev, Narsingha Dev, Jayo Narsingha Dev. Prahlad Maharaj, Prahlad Maharaj, Prahlad Maharaj, Jayo Prahlad Oh, Jayo Prahlad Maharaj, Prahlad Maharaj, Prahlad Maharaj, Jayo Prahlad Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Oh Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Oh Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare
Srila Prabhupada ki, Ananta Koti Vaishnava Vrinda ki, Gol Premanande, Hari Hari. Hari Ram, Hari Ram, Hari Ram, Hari Ram, Kalona Seva, 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 Hari Ram, Hari Ram, Hari Ram, Kalona Seva, 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 Gati Anyata. Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Eva Kevalam. Kalonastyeva, Nastyeva, Nastyeva, Katiranyata. Shri Shri Radha Gokulananda ki, Sitaram Lakshman Hanuman ki, Gaur Nitai ki, Srila Prabhupada ki, Sai Gaura Premanandi. Vanchakalpa Turubhyascha Kripas.
I'm hearing it.